Hey everybody, welcome to the stream. Thank you guys very much for joining me today. Hope everybody's doing well. Happy Thursday. Alright, let's do some housekeeping and work on professions for a little bit here. Wayne, Dante, Towin, Chaos, David, Nenya, welcome to the stream, folks.
How are you? Have a good one.
Amy, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us. Looks like for skill ups, we are primarily just going to be making the double-stitched woolen shoulders. Probably for a while. The mat cost is pretty low. For guaranteed skill ups at this level, at least. At some point, we're going to have to buy a lot of wool. I'm realizing we're going to be into silk, and we're still going to need, like, 20 stacks of wool to get us to where we're using silk. So we're going to have to spend some money, and we might as well do it earlier rather than waiting. I'd rather spend the money soon and keep this going than to let it lag behind and then later be like, oh, we're so far behind, now we gotta spend a bunch of money. Like, so I think I'm gonna buy a bunch of wool really soon. And I'm just gonna power us through wool to a point where we're past 150 and we're getting into silk. Because pretty soon all we're gonna be getting off of enemies is silk anyway. And we're just not getting enough wool to push this forward naturally. And I would really rather not fall behind, you know? Jen, welcome to the stream, Guitar Junkie. Thanks for joining us. Alright, so that's all we can do for tailoring right now. Cooking, we can do a little bit. Let's go cook these. There's really nowhere nearby to fish. So maybe we'll just get into questing. We need 804 silk cloth when that time comes. Oh, good. I'm glad there's an exact number. Of course there's an exact number, right? 804. Okay. I can't even divide that by 20. 160 stacks? Is that what that divides by 20? I need 160 stacks of silk. Or yeah, it would have to be like hundreds of stacks. Oof, big oof. Knowing the number makes it so much more depressing. Isn't that terrible? Oh, that's the worst thing. That makes me want to quit tailoring right now. I wish I didn't know that. You know, it's like never tell me the odds, never tell me the exact number of a material that I'm gonna have to farm up or purchase. Because once I know that exact amount, oh my god, it's depressing. That's the negative consequence of knowing the future in detail. Is when you can predict the details of the future, you realize that it's pretty depressing. You're better off not knowing the details. Then you can be optimistic about it. And then everything's not so bad. As soon as you know that exact number, it's a big oof. 160 stacks. I should join this guy's guild. I'd probably fit right in. The leveling guild. It's perfect. It sets the expectations right where I want them to be. It's a goal? I mean, a goal is a noun. What that is just it's a lot of silk. That's all it is. Hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of silks. Like, that's it. We're just not gonna think about it. It'll be fine. See? I feel better already. Wojwoda, welcome to the stream, buddy. Thanks for joining us. When it comes to the game, something else that's getting tough. Speaking of knowing the future and being able to predict the future, and that leading to outcomes like emotionally and mentally that are not ideal. I'm starting to realize like I've been really looking forward to summer, but I'm starting to realize like we have no classic news coming until after summer ends. Like we're not going to have any announcements, we're not going to have any news, we're not going to have anything exciting happen in classic at all. Unless you're like a top-end raider and you look forward to like the release of every raid tier. We're gonna have nothing until summer's over. So it's like, oh, I'm looking forward to summer on the one hand. On the other hand, I have to wait until September 12th or whatever to hear anything about Classic. It's sad. What am I doing? I need raiders, healers, warders. So let's go a little bit further to the west. Pick up right where we left off yesterday. Less than one level to my mount. Ah, yes. The level 30 mount. Yeah. It's gonna be really weird to have a mount and to be running around places like Darkshire. It's gonna be weird, you know, to be running around the wetlands with a mount. That's gonna feel pretty odd. Once you became an adult, you never liked summer. Yeah, when you have a kid and you gotta wake up at 6 a.m. every day to get that kid to school every day of your life, then you would look forward to summer again. Because that's how it happened to me. On my own, like, I don't really give a damn what season it is. If I'm talking about me, myself in isolation, I don't care. I have no reason to care at all what season it is. And so no, I don't care. But the circumstances of my life create a situation in which I do care immensely. Personally, I hate the heat more than any other sensation. And just last summer, I made myself get used to it. So no, personally, I hate the summer. It's the worst. I hate sweating for no reason. But, you know, now I have to look forward to it because of circumstances. The circumstances of having to get up 3 or 4 hours earlier than my body actually feels like I should be waking up. Yeah, never underestimate the weight of having to do something at the same time every day when it comes to like transporting. Like the simple act of just because you're not going anywhere. Like in this case, like I'm not going anywhere. I just drive him and then I drive back. So like I don't have a destination. Like a lot of people, they drive their kid and then they have to go to work, right? So it makes sense. Like I take my kid to school, I go to work. It's part of one motion. It gets me through my day. But I don't. That's not my life. So when I take my kid to school, it's like I take him there to drive back. And I think that's like, you know, that's what makes it seem really long. So it makes it seem like I spend a lot of time just in the car. Oh, what? Come on, that was line of sight. Why is this not line of sight? Okay, here we go. Now we're good. Is the air conditioning still working? The air conditioning is new, so it'll probably work for this year. And then by next year, it'll probably be broken. It doesn't help very much, though, because we have no shade. Like, our house gets no shade. They cut down a big tree a couple years ago. And since then, the sun's completely just battering the house every day. Even running the AC like full blast, if it's a hot day outside, we're only going to get it at like 80 degrees inside the house. If it's 95 outside, the best we'll do is keeping it around 80 in the house in the afternoon. And then maybe by the time you're ready to sleep, maybe by then it'll be down to like 78 in the house. Like if you're really lucky. Because without shade, like... without shade and great insulation, well, the heat builds up inside the house. Thermodynamics or something, I don't know, I'm not a doctor. It's broken multiple times since we've lived here. It broke once, it got replaced. The unit that they put in as replacement was too small for the square footage of the house, so we killed that fucker in like 1 year. We just killed it by running it nonstop. And so then they had to come back out last year and put in a real boy air conditioner that's like actually meant for a normal dwelling. So that's what we're rocking now. Hopefully that'll at least last this summer, and then it can die next year. That's about what I expect. Dave, welcome to the stream, man. Thanks for joining us today. I thought sometimes you can find raiders back here. Yeah, see, here's one. Oh my god. You really can't see much. Some intense fog effects. This probably would have crashed my computer if it existed back in 2005. Well, then again, it's not even really a fog effect. It's almost just like it's a limiting of the view distance. It's like a tinted limiting of the view. Yeah, it's not. It doesn't seem like it's actually like a volumetric fog. Huh. Interesting. Maybe it would have sped up the performance of my PC, actually, if it's just like a limiter of the view distance. This was probably my max view distance back in 2005 anyway. So maybe I would never have noticed. Somebody's killed more Ladim recently. CNET, welcome to the stream, buddy. You don't think your level 23 is going to be able to catch me? Oh no, come on. You can't play more than a guy who makes his living doing this? No, that's not right. You better contact your boss, tell him you're going to need some time away. What do you mean you can't keep up with me? You can't play 6 to 7 hours a day every day and run a guild and have a wife and kids and a job? What's wrong with you? You might as well just quit, you know? CNET, I would never advise anybody to ever try to keep up with me in reality. Not when I'm consistently playing 5 hours a day or more, you know? Now, there have been times when I've only been able to stream like a few hours a day, and in those cases, like, some of you guys can get ahead of me. But when I'm like doing 5 hours a day on average, like, I would not advise trying to keep up. Because you're gonna have to make some sacrifices in the rest of your life, you know? Just saying, there's no expectation. That's why I keep saying I'll see you at 70. You know, we'll run a bunch of heroics. You can get me geared out in all of my pre-dungeon stuff if you want to run a bunch of heroics at 70. Until then, I would probably focus my time on more important things than trying to catch this fool, because you're not going to catch me. Especially not playing a priest. Because I just don't ever have to stop. Well, there you go. Yeah, like, think about one of those characters. You'd be more likely to keep up with me jumping on one of those. And then you don't have to put in nearly as much time. You know, just get it to 70 and leave it, okay? Like, don't get a bunch of gear on it. Get it to 70 and leave it, so we're starting at the same place, okay? You know it's boring for me when somebody's basically running me through shit. Like, I don't want someone to be able to tank me through shit. I want somebody going through the content with me. So get one of them to 70 and then just leave them. You want to leave it at 60? Oh, you want to do some like leveling stuff? Okay. Yeah, yeah, sure. That works. You still probably won't be able to keep up with me. Unless you jump on them when I'm 58. Like if you play that 60 when I'm 58, because it's going to be the same thing. I'm gonna be playing for 5 or 6 hours a day. Especially because like school's coming to an end, and I'll have more leeway on a lot of my days how long I can stay on. So I don't even know if I still might not advise trying to keep up an Outlands character with me. You know, up to you though. Either way, I'll see you then. Yeah, get a head start and keep 2 levels ahead. That might get you there. With as slow as Outland leveling can be, that might do it for you. Because those 2 levels are lots of hours. Anubis, I've been around for a little while. I've been around for 42 years so far. I don't know if that's what you mean, but it's true. John Rex, welcome to the stream, buddy. Thanks for joining us. What are we at here? 12 out of 15. It's not bad. Am I lost in here? No, impossible. Let's go back up. Really shocking. These guys have a really small aggro radius. Like, we are right next to this guy. That's a yellow mob. And he's not aggroing. They have a really, really tiny aggro radius. That's crazy. Oh, this guy too. This is nuts. I'm in some kind of like safe zone. Oh shit. Spoke too soon. It's crazy that it lasted that long. More Ladim's gonna creep up on me. I know this is gonna happen. Any minute now. Unless they're killing him pretty regularly. If groups are killing him, then he might just be perpetually dead. Though I don't think it's that busy out here for that. So he's probably patrolling around somewhere. If we had a couple levels on Morladim, we could probably kill him solo. I don't know if we can kill him right now. I could run from him. I would probably be successful at that. Maybe we wouldn't die thanks to improved power word shield. But I don't know if I could fight him. He has some kind of a... One of them has like a weird ability. I don't know if it's like a damage shield or something. But I remember like getting screwed over by it one time. They do something that I'm not going to be prepared for. That's what's gonna end me.
Light be with you. Go with honor, friend.
Give Jitters completed journal to Bishop Farthing.
Bless you.
Okay. I think that leads into some other quest that we need. Eventually we're gonna have to go to wetlands to get true silver or some kind of holy light metal from like a boat and some murlocs. And I think going to Stormwind is the first part of that. Maybe I want to go do that. We can run over to Sentinel Hill and we could jump on a flight. The other stuff here, we have to go down to the Ogre mine and we have to go after the Dark Runners. And then Legend of Stalvin concludes up here north of town. I think we're done in the graveyard, I guess, is what I'm saying. I'm gonna make a stop in Stormwind, follow up on a couple things, and then see what we want to do. Morbid Fell in the house has the shield you use the item on. That's right, and we don't have that item yet. You have to, yeah, we have to do the quest chain. Because we need like a sword made or something like that. I forget what it is. But I think we have a bit more to do. So we have a couple of things. One of them takes us over to talk to Matthias. I think that's the quest chain that eventually gives us like a really good ring. If we follow it all the way through, it takes us to a bunch of places. So I'm gonna take the next one of that. Then we'll go back to the Cathedral of Light. Do we have anything we need to train? Yeah, we have important abilities to train. Heal rank 3, Mind Blast 4, Psychic Scream 2. All of those are spells that we use regularly.
King's honor, friend. Be careful. For the Alliance, go with honor, friend. Light bless you.
Eags, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us today.
Hello. Safe travels. See you around. Have a good one.
That's the one that takes us to Menethil Harbor to talk to the dwarf who tells us to go get the light steel.
Need help?
Special metal stuff. Let's go ahead and train. What is her quest?
Careful. Greetings.
And do I care? Speak to a priest in Ironforge. Like, I'll take it. I don't know if I'm gonna head out there to do that. Dadash Major, I appreciate that. And thanks for checking out the stream. Is it for the dwarf skill quest? I have no idea. I don't know. It's a level 29 quest. Oh gosh, we got a couple things back in the Stormwind Keep that I want to follow up on, just so, because if I don't follow up on it, it's going to sit in my log and sit in my log, and I'm never going to do anything with it. And then when I'm like level 42, I'll have to abandon them anyway. So let's just go follow up on them right now. You're a new player in the game? What's the best class for you? Yeah, and WoW, you have to try a bunch of classes, because what's going to be best is going to be different for everybody. It's going to depend on a lot of things. You can think about whether you like to be up close and personal with enemies, or whether you like to be at a distance. That'll rule some things out. And then you have to think, like, what kind of flavor of damage do you like? Do you like wielding magic? Do you want to use a bow? Do you want to use a two-handed sword? Like, because the best class is the one that you're going to really get into. That you're just going to, like, really have a ball with, you know? Because that's going to keep you playing, and that's going to keep you learning about the class and getting better at it. So, like, think about your preferences, and then try a couple of characters that seem to meet your preferences. There really is no wrong answer. There's no class that's like, oh, that's bad, that's a bad one. It all really depends on you.
Need help? Careful. The Alliance.
Good day to you. Safe travels. See you around. See you later.
Mr. Santa, welcome to the stream, and thanks for joining us. What's our plan for today? We're probably going to be heading out to the wetlands soon. Trying to decide if I want to wrap up some stuff back in Duskwood first. But yeah, we're going to bounce between Duskwood and the wetlands. And that's really all that I know so far. We could queue up for another RFK and watch that not go out. I don't think I'm going to be very active in that pursuit, but that could be something interesting to do if the stars align. So I'll just sit in the queue and see what happens, you know?
Hey there. For the Alliance. Have a good one.
Alright, now he wants me to go all the way back and talk to Tyrion. And if I don't do this part, I will never continue with this quest chain. If I don't do this right now. I've learned this about myself. This is usually where the quest chain stops for me. The moment he asked me to run all the way back to the keep, I'm like, no, I'm not. So today, I'm going to do it. If I had been really smart, I might have waited till level 30 to do all this stuff. That would have been something the mount would have been useful for.
Interesting. Off and away. Be seeing you. Daylight's burning.
Oh god. Alright, buddy. He wants silk, which, you know, we can do that. But he wants apples. Like, specifically, he wants... he wants a specific person's apples. And, I think they're in a house out in Elwyn Forest. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do all this running around. I don't know if I can do it. They're really testing me with this. I think I'm going to wait until I have a mount to do any more of that stuff. And so in that case, I just want to get back into things. And go push buttons for a short while. The ring is worth it unless you have better. I mean, yes. The ring is worth it unless you have... Yes, it's worth it. It doesn't mean that I'm going to want to do the quest chain or that it's all going to work out. And then, you know, if I don't get it, well, that'll be okay too. But it does have worth to somebody. Alright, I gotta bio real fast. Then we'll go kill some Nightbane runners. I think we'll just complete these 3 quests. The last 3 that are not elite. We might be able to kill the guy for Stalvin too. This is not marked as being an elite quest. So maybe we can even finish that one up a little bit early. And that way I don't have to worry about coming back specifically for that later on. we've had shoulders for a while. We got these shoulders at level 23 from SFK. But they're very subtle, which is good. Of course, we're surrounded by Shadow Weavers, which we don't need, but we're gonna have to kill a bunch of them to get to what we do need. Very nice. This person is dead, and God, they're gonna get me killed. Because for some reason I am on their aggro chain. Yep, here it comes. The good news is we have a summon. And as soon as we lose aggro, we are taking it. Clicky, clicky. Well, that was weird. Well, here we go. It's just what you guys have been waiting for. RFK. We have a level 29 Draenei Shaman. We have a level 25 Warrior Tank. We have a level 28 Gnome Rogue. We have a level 28 Human Warlock. And we have ourselves healing at level 29. I have no idea what the level of the mobs are here. I haven't been in RFK for a while. And this will be the first time around doing RFK in TBC. So I have no idea what the loot is like. All I know is that it'll be better than whatever the loot was in vanilla. The mobs are starting off at level 24, which is pretty decent. It's not too low, and it's not too high. Lael, good morning to you. Welcome to the stream, and thanks for joining us today. Oh god, what have I done? Okay, that was me. I somehow tab targeted a guy way over to our right. I was trying to tab target through to get my wand on a different target, and that was a bad idea. I targeted some guy over here instead. Oh geez. Okay, no more tab targeting in combat. We'll have, if we want to switch targets with the wand, we'll have to click. Clicking is the only safe way. Well, that was a huge lag spike. Thanks, Xfinity. They should have to give me a $5 credit every time I get a lag spike like that. Because I disconnected from the game because of that shit. Now I gotta Alt F4 and reload the game. In the meanwhile, my group is probably getting itself murdered. They should give me $5 and they should reimburse the gold cost for these people's repairs. It's great that, like, when you pay for a service like internet, you pay the same amount of money per month no matter how shitty the service actually is. You could have a month where you have no problems, you could have a month where it goes down every day for 5 minutes, and you're gonna pay the same amount no matter what. No, it wasn't. It looks like it was something on my end. Because I dropped the game and I dropped in OBS. So that was my ISP. Fucking wonderful. It looks like they survived, so, you know, there's a silver lining. ISPs need a lot more competition before they start giving out credits. Yeah, there is no competition, so there is no incentive to provide a better service at all. You've nailed it. Thanks, capitalism. Yeah, there's no competition, so there's zero incentive for improved service. They're just like, what are you gonna do? Go with another carrier? Oh wait, you can't. Used to be called a monopoly. But when the people who own the things that are the monopoly own everything else, surprisingly, nobody cares. When you get 1% of people who own everything, eventually laws don't mean a lot. Not business laws, at least. Yeah, but a commission is a group of people. And a group of people can be influenced in their decision-making process in various ways. But the easiest way to influence people in those positions is with money. And that's what I meant when I said when everything is owned by 1% of people, it's easy to influence things like a monopolies commission, who's going to decide whether or not the fact that you own everything in an area is a monopoly or not. Galarak, good evening to you, Mr. Santa. Gnome Rogue is very fitting. Oh, we have a Gnome Rogue? Oh, he is a gnome. Look at that. I didn't notice that. Gnome Rogue is a good fantasy for people that can stand having 3 fingers. Me personally, I like my characters with the requisite number of human fingers. And I don't really like the little greasy knobs that the gnomes got going on. But if you can get around that, like if you're a gnome person, then Gnome Rogue is where it's at. I don't like their weird little nubbins. Kind of weirds me out. It dehumanizes them in a way to me. Like they're almost more like creatures than they are like a race, like a humanoid race. They just needed to have a normal amount of fingers and everything would have been fine. A lot of people play the game and they don't realize that the gnomes have weird fingers. They've just never paid attention. But yeah, once you notice it, it doesn't go away. I think these are better. I lose a couple of intellect, but I gain healing. We're taking them. They're the same model, but they're brown instead of blue. I like it. At least it doesn't screw up our aesthetic. Alright, he's marked the ads. So, I'm assuming we're killing ads first. See how that actually works out in practice. Why are these guys marked with a silver dragon? Silver dragon usually indicates rare spawn, but I think these guys are always present. It's really weird to see them marked by a silver elite dragon. I wonder if that's a bug or if that's like unintentional in some way. I don't think that's right. I don't think those are rares, are they? Pretty sure they're always here. He dropped the Tuscan Helm, 12 Strength, 12 Agility, male, level 27. And then we got a polearm. Maybe one of them was a rare. We got a 16 agility polearm. Oh god. Oh yeah, look at that, 2 of them. Oh yes, just what I always wanted. 2 agility polearms to drop. Maybe they were rares. In vanilla, I feel like he always had 2 guys with him every time we were here. That's interesting. It's too bad it's completely useless. It would have been nice if those were BOE. instead of BOP. Because then at least if you happen to get them, you can sell that stuff. Nobody here can use that. That's like very specifically, oh, the only person who benefits from that is a hunter. Like plain and simple. If druids could equip polearms, then it'd be a great feral druid item. They tried to let druids wear polearms in Classic, and for some reason players revolted. Like, I don't know why. Dual wield polearms. In Wrath, I think you could with Titan Grip. If you were a warrior. Now, I don't know if you'd want to. Not with agility on them, anyway. Okay, apparently we were looking for an item off of one of those guys. That was shared with us. Where does this turn in at? Out of curiosity. Darnassus. Wow. Okay. It might be a while till we get back to Darnassus. He dropped a dagger with 6 stamina and 4 spirit. Maybe for like a warlock, if they had a good offhand. Not this warlock though. They don't want it. Lael, the answer is advertising. They advertise a lot during NFL games, and that's gotta be pricey. The reason is advertising. Hopefully they pay their workers well too. That's the dream.
Troublesome whelps! I'll teach you to interfere! You outsiders will pay for encroaching on our land! Ah, my power rules here! Our new allies will avenge us!
A ring with 5 stamina and 9 spirits. I mean, I'm gonna grab it for the spirit. I'm gonna put it on top of our green ring. See if the warlock rolls on it too. That could be a good warlock ring. You know, though, they don't really need spirit as much as they just need, like, stamina. Yeah. Well, it turns out the warlock did want it. So the warlock won it with a roll of 96. Fun times. Looks like maybe we're gonna have a chance to do the escort quest.
Yo! Be good!
Are there any other healers out there that find warlocks like just kind of annoying to have in the group? Because they just life tap their mana back. Like they act like they can't drink like the rest of us. To me, life tap is a tool to be used in combat or like in a boss fight or solo. Not something to be used like between pulls to top your mana off and expect the healer to top your health off. So I try to give them a renew. You know, just keep a running renew on them. And by the end of a run, though, it gets really tiresome. Because besides the tank, they become the only other person who's consistently needing heals. And I just get tired of looking at their health bar in such like a low state. When I play Block, I just drink. And then if I'm in a fight and I run out of mana, then I life tap a bit during the fight. And then I'll drink when I'm done. And I just feel like they just all life tap all their mana back. No, I didn't get any lag that time. That might have been a YouTube thing. Well, I don't heal them up, but I do give them a renew. I could give them nothing, and it's like, well, then I'm the asshole. Then we go the other way around. You know what I mean? Like, if I just don't heal them at all, then I'm the asshole. So the boundary, I guess, is just giving them a renew. Unless they're actually getting hit in combat, which has happened a couple times. But I can't refuse them anything, you know what I mean? Like right here, boom, you get a renew. You just tap yourself as far down as you want, all you're gonna get is the renew. And maybe he's eating his health back. I mean, he's sitting. He's clearly, yeah, he's like life tapping and then he's eating. It's like, dude, just drink. Like, if you're gonna eat anyway, don't eat, just drink. It's weird. Right, I don't feel like I should have to drink more so he can drink less. Right, that's kind of how I look at it. It's like, I should not have to drink more because you want to drink less. Tudor, good evening to you, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Don't eat, drink. A life lesson for today. I can neither confirm nor deny. When I put groups together, I just won't invite any locks. And then there you go, like, problem solved. We just eliminate a whole class, like, from the game, basically. That, as a healer, that's how I'm gonna deal with it. It's like, when I put the group together myself, I'm just not gonna bring any warlocks. It's weird because, like, it only bothers me because it's going to happen for sure. Whereas, when you're healing, people taking damage is a reaction to things that might happen. A DPS might pull threat and take a hit. A DPS might stand in an AoE. A DPS might get hit by a cleave. With a warlock, they're gonna life tap. And so it's this fucking thing in the back of your head that's always there. It's like an itch you can't scratch. And you know I'm gonna have to give them another renew. It's only a matter of moments. And it's like everybody else's damage is random. Like it may or may not happen. But with the lock, knowing that it's gonna happen makes it so annoying. And now I'm at a point where I've decided I'm not gonna invite warlocks to my groups. And then problem solved. I'll never have to feel this way again. Can I use a lower level of renew? Well, sure. Listen, it's not even that it's costing me any substantial resources. It's not that it's really negatively impacting my ability to heal anybody else in any way. This has clearly become like just a metaphysical annoyance. I'm not healing him anymore. Like I was talking about, like the idea that I'm always going to have to heal him, it just has grown into this like constant gnawing annoyance, and now I'm just not going to give him any heals. It's not even really about the mana cost to me. It's just about the annoyance of him constantly doing it. That's all. And now I've just decided I'm not going to heal him anymore. We're almost out of here anyway. I probably should have stopped healing him the moment it started to really bother me. Is this dude gonna slow walk the rest of the way out of here? Looks like it. Oh, oh good. You've been disconnected. That was not my internet. My internet is still fine. That was, wow, the video game disconnecting me. I hope I don't, like, not get credit for this quest. That would suck. Cause yeah, that was not me. Awesome. At least we got back in. I could be diplomatic about it, ask him if he's run out of water. I don't want to talk to him at all. I'm not going to say anything. I'm just not going to invite warlocks anymore. And if I end up with a warlock, I'm just not going to heal them. And that's going to be better. Like, that's going to get the idea across. Like, you're not going to change somebody with words. You're never going to change somebody's actions with words. It just doesn't work that way. And so the only thing I can really do is I just won't heal him.
Time is money, friend. Have a good one.
Very nice. That is level 30. That is mount time. Unfortunately, and this is the really unfortunate part, we have 6 minutes on our Hearthstone, so what the hell am I going to do for 6 minutes? Where's this going to pop me out? I need to tell him the reason, because without, he will have hundreds of possible... I don't need to tell him anything. That's the wonderful part. Is that I can solve my problem myself. And I can solve my problem in a way that doesn't require me to spend words on that on anybody. I can solve my problem in a way where I don't have to say anything to him at all. That's the beautiful thing about it, is that I don't have to, you know, I don't have to tell him anything. I don't have to tell him that he's been annoying me the whole run. I don't have to tell him that he should really think about drinking between fights instead of life tapping. I don't have to tell him anything. Well, that's the marvelous thing about it. I mean, we could run down and get a flight point. I just don't feel like I have any connectors. Like, I don't have Ratchet. So even if I go get Gadgekstan right now, like, I don't even want to do that. I want to do that when we have a mount, you know? In 6 minutes, you could beat up a warlock. Yeah, just take out my aggression on a passing warlock. Alright, I'm gonna AFK for a couple minutes and refill my coffee. My coffee's been out for basically that entire run. So I'm gonna take care of that little situation, and then the hearth will be up, and then ... Fun times. See you guys in a bit. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, those boots suck. Gotta replace those ASAP.
You need something?
Am I still playing Midnight? Not in the last few weeks. It's been at least 2 weeks since I logged in.
See you around.
Lael, I have no idea what that is. It sounds like something that if you did that in my neighborhood, somebody driving by would throw a Slurpee at you. It's like all Shadow Weavers right now. I don't see any runners whatsoever. We're gonna have to like kill a bunch of stuff we don't need and then I guess wait for respawns. Which is unfortunate. Oh, they were all hiding in the house. Oh, okay. That might be true, but I'm not going to walk down the street doing karate to stay active. When I'm 50, I'm just going to still be lifting weights. It's what I've done since I'm 20. And I'll just keep doing that. I'll do karate in the backyard or in the privacy of my house. Not out in the world where somebody can throw a Slurpee at me. It sucks. And nobody needs that. Oh, we could spend our talent point if we want to. It's probably not a really good place to deliberate it. I think we're just going to continue going and do Holy Spec. This is going to increase the crit chance of our holy spells. Dave, world server is down? Did something happen to the US realms? World server. I'm not sure if that what that pertains to within the game, if that's like the whole game or just like an area in the game. The world server is down. I wonder if like all the realms are down. There we go. We were just talking about how we really needed a boot upgrade. There it is. Int and Spirit. That's quite a boost. Let's equip those. It's a really great find. Looks out the window. It's okay. The world's still there. For now. If you think that's the world out there, then yeah, it's still there. But really, that's just what your human senses are telling you is the world. You know, you have a limited range of human senses. And so, you know, they're telling you that's the world, but it's not. It's not only that. I'd like to get up there, but I'm kind of worried about what's inside of this tent. I mean, there's tin up there, but there's a tent, and there's a worgen, and I'm not really seeing a nice way up there. Maybe I'm not gonna, like, beat my head against the wall here for this. So I feel like even if I get up there, I could be in trouble. I don't see a way to get up there from this side. Yeah, it really seems like pulling any of these guys could be asking for trouble. Maybe we don't do that. Maybe we circle around this way. Maybe I can get this one. Oh, well, yeah, there we go. That's two of them. Oh, that's three of them. That's too many. I can't deal with three. Not quite. I don't wanna try to deal with three. Let's reset them. Let's head over into the Ogre area. We'll go after Abercrombie's crate and the Ogre monocle. That was a close one. I put the aggro from Stitches on those players. No, he was running the other way. No, he was running. Something happened to him. He snapped into the complete opposite direction. I didn't fear him. You can't fear undead. I think some of the guards must have got aggro on him. No, there's no way he went for those other players. He was already running off in the other direction after somebody else. There was a sound effect, but yeah, you can't fear undead. I might have hit the fear at the same time. Because I was gonna hit renew, so I think I might have hit my fear, but then again, like, yeah, they're immune to fear, so something else happened to pull him away. All I can think is that another player hit him, or the guards aggroed him. You know what? We trained level 28. I don't know if I ever dragged stuff out to the bar. I never did. We have Mind Blast rank 4. We have Heal rank 3. Never pulled that out. And we got something else too. I just don't remember at all what it was. Was it Smite? It was not Smite. Power Word Fortitude, perhaps? No. I don't know. We had trained one. Oh, you know what? It was Fear. That's what it was. Psychic Scream, rank 2. There we go. It's only like an hour late. Better late than never. Here you go. Here's a warrior staff. Ogre mage staff. Plus 11 strength, negative 5 intellect. It's not often that you see negative stats on gear. That's neat. We do have a tin vein over here maybe I should try to get to. No background music or sound. You're wrong. There is background music and there is sound when the game issues such forth, like right now. But yes, sometimes if you pop in and we're in a cave and you only listen for a second, a lot of times caves in WoW don't have a lot of sound. And if they do have sound, it's really subtle and you have to actually put in a little bit of effort to hear it, regardless of how high my volume is. But we are definitely not having a sound issue of any kind. Just the normal ambience of a WoW cave. How do I stay excited about leveling new characters over and over instead of focusing on endgame? How does someone stay excited about doing the same raid over and over and over instead of having a new journey where you see tons of different zones, tons of different enemies, tons of different dungeons? How does someone stay interested in that? Every time I level a character, it's a new journey. And there's so much content to see on the way. I can't imagine giving a shit about farming like 20-year-old content every single week and having that be the only way you enjoy the game. Like, to me, that other end makes no sense. Just like people will look at what I do and they don't think it makes sense. Like, I look at the other end of the spectrum and I say, that doesn't make any sense to me. That doesn't seem fun at all. And the ultimate answer is just that people are different and we all enjoy different things. There we go, there's the monocle. Iron deposit back there, but I can't get iron. When I put it that way, starting a new character sounds less crazy than farming the same raid every week. Exactly. And that's why when WoW first came out, the endgame was never the point of the game. For years and years in WoW, the endgame was not the point of the game. It wasn't the point. Endgame stuff was there for the people who did reach the end of the game, and they just wanted to keep playing that character and have a little bit of progression after they hit cap, have some things to do. But it was never the point of the game. The point of the game was to play the game. And most of the game was the leveling journey and things you did along the way. And then seeing how, if you're a person that wants to play a lot, you can experiment with all the different classes, which are all very robust and very different. But endgame didn't become the point of the game for a while. It took many, many years before endgame became the point of World of Warcraft. Much to the detriment of the enjoyment of the game overall, in my opinion. Now the entire point of the game in modern WoW is just to log on every week, every day, do the same exact activities every day, every week, do them over and over and over and over and over again, and then when the expansion ends, forget about all of it. You'll never see it again. And then you go into the next expansion and you do the same shit. You get to the end of the game in a couple of hours, and then from there on out you're just farming the same exact activities over and over and over again on a daily or weekly basis. And now that's the entire game. The leveling's not part of it at all. And so therefore, like, people like me, we get sick of that. We get sick of the obviousness. You know, it's right in front of your face. You're literally doing the same shit. The same delves, the same prey, the same raids. And you're doing them every single day, every single week. And it's actually a little crazy. And so a lot of us stop doing it. We do it for a little while. And then, like, the floor kind of shatters beneath us. And we realize that, like, we're just... like, what are we even doing? And then we stop. But the great thing is everybody's different, and we all enjoy things in different ways. And there are people that like to get on that hamster wheel, and they're very comfortable on the hamster wheel, and they like it because there's no surprises. And they're fine spinning their wheels, you know, until the next hamster wheel gets built, and then they go spin their wheels over there, and they're fine to do that. But not everybody is. Alright, I think we're getting out of here. Iron deposit, I can't get iron anyway, so let's try to make our way out. I enjoy retail in spurts and starts. I enjoy retail at the launch of a new expansion because I have some stuff to play through that's new. And then once we get into the repetitious nature of it, that's when I start to fall out of it. So I always go into a new expansion and it's, you know, it's usually an okay time. But then after a while I don't feel like logging in anymore. Because I don't really, it's not that the content's bad. It's just that I don't feel any desire often to do the content. You know, it's like it feels like doing chores, you know. It's like, oh, I could scrub down the baseboards and I could clean out the oven, but I could just keep on cooking. It'll be okay. And cleaning out the oven's just for nice. I don't need to do anything just for nice. So eventually I stop logging in. And I never regret it. I'm never like, oh damn, I wish I would keep playing. Like, no, I'm like, okay, I'm fine. Maybe they release a piece of content that I go back and see, maybe they don't. And then like in Modern WoW there's like content overload and there's always changes overload. They're always changing things. They're always adding new ways to get the loot that you worked harder to get earlier in the expansion. They're always adding catch-up systems. They're always adding some kind of bolt-on power thing. They're always adding like another little zone for you to go do shit in. And unless you are a person that logs on every single day and plays for a few hours every single day, it's just too much shit to do. It's too much content. It's too many changes coming too quickly. You know, you take a week off the game, you come back, and suddenly, you know, the item level gear you're getting is much higher. And suddenly the gear you had, like, people are just getting handed now for, like, nothing. We're just going right into better gear, and it really creates the impression of you're just running in place. You're not having a journey. You're not really progressing your character, because every once in a while Blizzard just catches everybody back up to you. So that unless you're on like the elite edges of the content, eventually everybody's going to be handed the gear that you worked for. You just have to wait for it. It's going to be handed out to everybody soon enough. And so why bother? Unless you're someone who's in a guild setting and you're on the cutting edge of content. And God, how miserable must that be? I feel like you have to keep up with all that. It just feels like you're constantly trying to keep up, and that's not fun for me. I don't want to do something where like I have to feel like I'm constantly trying to keep abreast of all the bullshit they're putting into the game. I just want to play the game and have a fun time. I don't need a million daily events, a million weekly events, 7 different currencies, like new catch-up systems being added every half patch. I don't need all that. I don't want it all. It's tiring to try to keep up with it. It's mentally exhausting. It's not fun. Not for me, but for some people it is. You know, and thankfully for them, the game will continue in that direction for the end of time. And they'll always have that stuff to chase. And they'll always have that hamster wheel to run on. And hopefully I will be playing Classic Plus and enjoying the sort of video game that I like, where it feels like I'm actually going on some kind of RPG journey.
Have a good one. See you later.
Alright, the only thing left out here is Morladim's skull. We could go after him, we could get it done, but we're going to be back out here to kill Morbid Fel once we're done. I'd rather kill Morbid Fel and Morladim kind of in one go, right? Seems like it makes more sense to do it that way. So I guess now we run back to Darkshire. Let's go along the northern coast. That might get us home a little bit faster. Shane, welcome to the stream, man. Thanks for joining us today. In modern WoW, in any expansion, and this has been true probably, I mean, let's see, when did it start to be true? Maybe with Shadowlands, maybe VFA. The longer you wait before doing any endgame stuff in modern WoW, the longer you wait into an expansion, the easier it's going to be to get high item level gear. And so if your goal is to get good gear, then you are best served by not playing. You're best served by getting the character to cap, letting them sit there, and then when they're in their final patch, then you go back and you do all the endgame stuff, and by then they'll have it all ironed out, and by then it'll all be much improved, by then it'll all be streamlined, and by then it'll just give amazing resources. You'll get more resources, you'll get better loot, and if you were someone that ran on the hamster wheel the whole time, well, you ought to feel put out. But it doesn't seem like people give a shit. They're just so absorbed in it that they don't bother to feel put out when someone comes along and they, in a couple of days they make the sort of progress that it took them weeks to make. It's just not for me. Not in the long term. It's not something I can do every day. And the desire isn't there. Monica, thanks so much for the membership. I appreciate that. Thanks for joining us today. I have to say, the very concept of endgame systems and endgame loops is incredibly detrimental to RPGs. Maybe it's very bad for video games in general. If you think of video games as an art form, these like endgame systems and endgame loops and all this other shit that you find in games now, like WoW and Diablo and Path of Exile and fucking Destiny and like whatever. I'm sure like every game has them now, right? Where you just do these loops. This repetitious shit. It's like, it's the death of RPG. It's the opposite of what an RPG should feel like.
do for you? Be careful. Go with honor, friend. Need help? For the Alliance, light bless you. Well met. For the Alliance, be careful. Light be with you. Go with honor, friend. Light bless you.
Did we get the mount yet? No, we didn't. I just keep forgetting about it because I'm not used to getting the mount at 30. It's weird to think about having a mount here. I haven't gotten it yet. We digged a little bit while back.
Greetings.
Maybe we'll go. Where do we gotta go? Oh god, we gotta travel to get that. Oh, I don't even really want to do that right now. You know what? We're gonna be heading back to wetlands eventually. Maybe soon. I guess that's what we're doing. Yeah. That's okay. We'll have to jump on a pretty long flight though. So we have to go out to the Everstill Ranch or whatever, right? As a dwarf. So we gotta get the Iron Forge.
King's honor, friend.
Maybe
Go
we're
with
ready
honor.
to go back that way anyhow.
Be careful.
Alright, yeah, the Doomed Fleet actually takes us to the wetlands. Let's jump on a flight to Ironforge. We will go get our mount, and then we'll continue questing in the wetlands for a while. Maybe we check out the queue. Maybe we can do another dungeon run. We're level 30 now? Oh, library is not on the table yet. We could try a graveyard run. I typically skip graveyard. But if we can get a summon out there, and then we can hearth back, like, I'd be down.
Need help?
We'll see. I'm gonna fly to Ironforge. I'm gonna go AFK for a minute. And, then we'll get our mount and proceed from there.
Farewell.
Why not Gnomeregan? Oh, that's a good question. Why not Gnomeregan? We'd have to mute the music or turn some other music on. 24 to 32. Okay. Yeah, maybe. Well, damn. That's a lot of DPS.
You got my attention. Off with you.
I'm just gonna sit in queue and I'm gonna wait for someone to invite me. That's probably what I'm gonna do, unless I see a tank. If I see a tank, then I will put the run together. But I really don't need to be the one waiting around for a tank with a full group of people. I'm thinking they're gonna do a dungeon that may or may not come together because of tank availability. There's not a lot of healers in the queue either, so if a group does come together, then it's very likely that we'll just get an invite to it, and that's how I'm gonna do it.
I've the finest wares in the land. See you soon. Well met. See you soon.
There we go. The worst part about the tank shortage, the lack of tanks, is there's no way Blizz can fix it. And there's no way to fix it. The only thing that's going to fix it is Death Knights. And I feel like Blizz knows that, and they're just waiting. Because they're not willing to do anything else. And so, you know, we're just going to have a chronic lack of tanks for the rest of TBC. And it's going to be a thing that continues until Death Knights are in the game. And then what you're going to have, what everyone loves, is a bunch of slop Death Knight tanks. Because that's what always happens. Suddenly Death Knights are in the game. Suddenly everybody's a Death Knight tank. Suddenly all Death Knight tanks are slop. Wonderful. I'm in the queue for everything now, by the way. A little bit ago, I updated the list, and I put myself in the queue for everything. So now we're queued up for heals, for SM, Graveyard, Gnomeregan, and RFK. Imagine waiting. Imagine waiting and waiting and waiting as a healer. You're potentially waiting 10, 20, 30 minutes, an hour. Like, who knows how long we'll wait. And it's not because there are lots of other healers. Because there really aren't too many. There are just no tanks. We can't carry this problem with us into Classic Plus. You know what I mean? Like, we can't have this problem when Classic Plus launches. There can't be this lack of tanks. There has to be a solution, and it has to be implemented when Classic Plus launches, whatever it is. Maybe it's more classes to tank on. Maybe it's the automated LFG so that they can incentivize people to tank with extra rewards. But there has to be something. Because this is not a tenable situation for enjoyment of group content while leveling up a character.
What can I do for you? Safe travels.
There we go. All I had to do was start bitching about it really hard. Oh, good, we got 2 DPS and heals. We don't have a tank. Let's see how long this takes. Oh, there's no tank in this group. The last time we got into a group that didn't have a tank, we waited around for like 30 minutes and eventually people gave up. So we'll see. He says, trying to assemble a group for Gnomer. Tank seems hard, though. Yes. Finding tank is hard. True. We could probably get another DPS and be fine without a tank. This is absolutely accurate, but people won't do it. That's the messed up part. Is that you're absolutely right. At this level especially. Now maybe not in Outland. Definitely not in a heroic. But at this level, we absolutely could grab another melee and we would be fine. But people will not do it. They won't do it. Unless Blizzard comes out and says, do this. The new group comp is 4 DPS and 1 healers for Classic, and we've designed it that way. Unless they do that, people will not do that. They won't run with that comp. But maybe that's what we're coming to. Maybe we need a paradigm shift in the... Gnomeregan is a big instance. It's really easy to get to on Alliance side. And there's no reason why people shouldn't want to run it. Unless you count the awful music. But 90% of WoW players don't listen to the in-game music anyhow. So what I'm saying is, if there were going to be a dungeon where we could find tanks, Gnomeregan should be it. Like, on the Alliance side, it's one of the few dungeons we have that we have easy access to. Yeah, nobody likes Gnomeregan. Mainly people don't like it because it's confusing to get around. It's confusing to navigate. If you don't know the way, you don't know the way. You just go. And now I can only assume that we're not having this same issue, though, in Outland. In Outland, I'm assuming we have plenty of tanks. Everything is fine with the world. You queue up, you go out, you do content, and you have a good time. I'm assuming that in Outland, all things are fixed. But it kind of makes a leveling process that can be a bit of a drag if you like doing 5-mans. If I thought rolling a tank would fix the issue, I would have already done it. You know that all that's going to happen is you're going to roll the tank and then there aren't going to be any healers. It's the same problem in reverse. There isn't any way around it. There are problems. All the problems could be solved with the automated LFG. At least that way you put yourself into the queue. The system says, hey, it's going to be about 12 minutes until we find you a group. You say, okay, you keep questing in peace, you keep having a good time, and eventually the finder says, hey, we got your group ready, would you like to join the instance? And you say, yes, I would like to do that. And then you've had this fluid period of gameplay where you've gone from questing to dungeoning and back to questing, and you haven't had to think about all these things. And you haven't had to ponder the lack of players, and you haven't had to worry about the lack of tanks. You've just been able to put yourself in a queue, continue having fun, and then the queue pops. It's a really elegant solution. It's an elegant solution that solves all these problems. If Classic Plus doesn't have the Dungeon Finder, like, I'm not gonna say it's a deal breaker for me. I'll still play it, obviously. That's gonna fucking suck. Like, let's be real. And like I said, like, they could help the tank problem if they want to introduce some new classes right away in Classic Plus. If they want to put some new tanks into the game, like if they want to give us a classic version of Death Knight, a classic version of Monk, and then maybe that could help with this problem, then I could forgive them. But no, really, I don't know if I could ever forgive them for not adding automated LFD after what I've been subjected to in Anniversary. I feel like Anniversary is where you learn this lesson, and you say, okay, you know, we really do need LFD with mega servers. LFD makes perfect sense with mega servers. And so if they don't learn that lesson, that doesn't give me a lot of hope. Because it tells me that they don't know what the fuck is going on. And a Classic team that doesn't know what's going on is not going to make a good version of Classic Plus. So to me, the game launching without A, more tanks, or B, the automated LFD, that's a bad indicator right off the bat. And then if that happens, I wouldn't get my hopes very high for whatever else is to come. Because it just means that they're not keyed in, that they don't know what's going on, or that they don't care. And all of those things are bad. The original hate of the Dungeon Finder, most people don't know. Because most people who are playing the game now were 7 years old when the LFD was put into the game, when the automated Dungeon Finder came in at the end of Wrath. Most people playing the game now were about 7 years old then. So nobody really knows what the problem was. But the problem was, servers used to be a lot smaller back then. And so you had what was called a server community, where if you were playing at endgame content, or just consistently grouping, you would kind of make a name for yourself on the server. People would get to know you. If you were a lever, they would get to know you as a lever. If you were a great healer or a great tank, the server pop would get to know you as a great healer or a great tank. Because your name would get around, you'd run into people again and again, because the server size was very small. And so people's complaint about the LFD was that it was cross-server. And they said, well, this completely destroys server identity. This completely destroys server identity and server community. And now we're going to have players that just don't give a damn how they perform because they're not going to have any server rep. That doesn't exist anymore. We are not playing on tiny isolated servers anymore. We are all playing on a mega server. And so having an LFD on a mega server, we don't have that same problem because we're all still together. Because that was the problem that people took initially with the LFD, was just that it negated their idea of what server community and server identity should be. But I don't even think anyone at Blizz knows that anymore. That's the problem. I don't think anybody knows this shit. Because like I said, they were all 7 years old when this played out. Like, only those of us in our 20s at the time, like we were in our 20s at the time, like we remember like what was going on in the actual conversations people were having. About why LFD was good, why it was bad, like, you know, because we were playing the game as adults. No one working on the classic team was an adult when Wrath dropped. Besides maybe Holly. No, what's problematic is not being able to do the content at all. That's what's problematic. What's really problematic is what's going on right now, where we have a healer and we have 3 DPS, and we've been looking for a tank for Gnomeregan, like, which should be a pretty big instance for Alliance side to do, like, and we've been in the queue for a while. Like, this is the only problem. Other things are situations. Like, there are other situations that come about. But the only true problem in a game is when players can't do the gameplay that they want. And this is the problem happening right now. The 4 of us want to do a piece of gameplay, and we can't. Because we can't get a tank. There are other situations, and there are other solutions to those situations, but the only real problem is that we just can't do the content, period, right now. Oh my god, what do we got? Alright, well there we go. A half hour later, we have a warrior. He's level 32, which should be good. Let's see if we can get this going. See, I'd have much rather been in the automated LFD. We could have just been playing the game and I wouldn't have to run my fucking mouth. I could just silently be enjoying the game and waiting for a queue to pop. We would never have to talk about this shit again. That's my dream. Being in a situation where we never have to talk about this shit again. Where we don't have to talk about how there aren't any tanks, where we don't have to wait and spam and talk in group chat about how we can't find a tank. Like, I just want to queue up, and I want to keep playing the game. And I don't want to have to think about it at all. I have to say, this Lightforged metal sure has a low drop rate. Now, Questy thinks it's an 80% drop rate, but obviously we can mathematically say that can't be true. Yeah, but just because he didn't have us queued doesn't mean he wasn't looking in the queue. You don't have to have the group in there to look, thankfully. Suddenly we have lots of people out here killing murlocs. There we go. All done. Now we can jump on a flight. If other people are needed to go summon, we can go do that now. I think I want to set my Hearthstone here, so that once we're done with the instance, we can just hearth back here. Because we have some other things that we want to work on. Looks like we got a couple of people in Ironforge and somebody already at the instance, so we're probably not going to be needed to summon.
What's on your mind? Off with you.
This goes back to Stormwind now. And so that leads into the quest to kill Morbid Fell. But we're not really in a hurry to do that. Do we need water? We have 86 water. So, oh, we have melon juice. Like, how long am I going to use melon juice without realizing it? Oh my god. And we have a ton of melon juice.
You got my attention.
Piles and piles of it. Jesus. Okay, well, let's get into some level 25 water. There we go. Well, that's a little bit better.
Off with you.
Let's pop our clams open.
Great to meet you.
Yeah, we don't use water at all while we're leveling, while we're questing, rather. And then in dungeons, we use it sometimes. I don't have to use it a lot even in dungeons. Especially because I can still get away with triggering Spirit Tap at times. I can sometimes get the last hit in on enemies with my wand. Especially runners. And then I can proc Spirit Tap. And then we really don't have to drink. But even without Spirit Tap, I've been able to be pretty efficient in 5 mans.
How are ya? Safe travels.
Do I have the Gnomeregan quest? No, I don't have anything. I'm just gonna have to take whatever they can share with me at this point. I wasn't even thinking about grabbing quests. I'll ask if any of them are shareable, and then we'll get whatever we get. Nice. That's what we got. Punch card, mechanical guts, essential artificial something, and the end boss. It's probably not everything, but it's good enough. We'll see if we get any of them done. We'd have to farm outside for the punch card. I bet we're not going to do that. Takes a while to get everybody their white punch card. I feel like we just changed layers. Felt weird. I'm gonna have to use Leatrix to play some different music. Yeah, see, we don't have the quest for this guy back here. We don't have the tech bot quest. That's a bummer. I'm hoping to pick up a white punch card, but if we don't kill a lot more stuff, then it's very unlikely. 15-second follow. I don't know what that means. I think the tank just put somebody on follow. That doesn't really work because, like, typically a group follows the tank. We're all just standing here. No one's gonna move. We don't know what to do without our tank. We should walk him off the ledge here. That's what we should do. It sucks going in here without a punch card. Like, I'm just gonna say it. It's almost pointless. But we'll do it, because we're already here. They just need to change the quest to give you the white punch card when you take the quest. Just give us the white punch card so we can go into the dungeon and do the dungeon. Or have it drop once for everyone. Yeah, either way. It's idiotic at this point to have us all farm it up outside the instance. And expect groups to be patient enough in every sense to, like, get everybody their punch card. It's never gonna happen. Not in 2026. I don't know what happened to the rogue. I don't know what happened to the rogue or where the rogue is currently at. He must have fallen off the edge. How one falls off the edge here, I don't know. I don't know how he did it. How did he do it? I fell down. Yeah, but how did you fall down, man? Like, for real. It's a big freaking walkway. Like, if there is any doubt, there is no doubt. Just stay away from the edge. This isn't real life where you can, like, slip and fall, man. It's a freaking video game. There shouldn't be able to be any accidents of you falling off. Just don't jump off. You might as well die and just spirit run back into the instance. I don't know if there's an easy way up. I don't know if there's a way up that avoids mobs. Well, it's designed so that if you're an idiot, it's punishing. And if you're a normal person, it's fine. There's no reason to fall off here. You're not being asked to jump anything. They're not forcing you along a narrow ledge. If you fall off there, it's because you were being an idiot. You know what I mean? Like, you were being an idiot. Maybe you're not an idiot normally. Maybe normally you're a normal person. But if you fall off there, it's because of your own stupidity in that moment. There's no other reason to fall off. Yeah, maybe someone who's constantly doing this. Ah, I have to jump. Oh, jumped off the ledge. And that's probably what it was. I think he got back with us somehow. I don't know what he did. Luckily for him, if there were enemies down there, he had stealth, so at least he could avoid. Because it looks like somehow he got back up. Oh, we're doing this event. Okay. Yeah, I think you can all see how he fell off. You fallen off the ledge before? Were you sufficiently shamed? As long as you felt sufficient shame, that's okay. But when you play the game like this, it makes it a lot easier to fall off stuff, you know? Like if this is what you do. Kinda wish this event would end in a boss that dropped good loot. That didn't happen in vanilla. Maybe it happens in TBC. Maybe this will be some kind of loot that anybody could ever need. Oh my god, he did drop loot. Oh, that's amazing. They fixed it. Guys, did they fix Gnomeregan? Does it not completely suck now as long as you don't have the music on? This is a good piece of mail gear. 6 strength, 5 agility, 9 spirit. That's amazing for an enhancement Shami. Oh man. That's much better. It's much better to do that event and then to get a blue out of it. We had a couple people roll neat on that. Oh wait, did I roll neat on that? Whoops, I clicked the wrong button. Thankfully the warrior won it. I don't know how I clicked neat. I must have just got too excited. At least I didn't win the thing. That would have sucked.
Hi, you're a tall one.
Is there any reason to do this? Because I really find it annoying. I guess the idea is maybe we get something cool. I don't think I'm ever going to get anything cool out of it. We got a pearl, that's pretty good. Alright, I'm going to move on. The rogue vanished. Which means all the threats on the shaman. When the shaman dies, there's no res anyway. Just gonna run back. Bungie just announced June 9th will be Destiny 2's last live service update. Oh my god. Who knew they were still making content for Destiny 2? Oh, sorry. I thought that was a dead game years ago. Because I just thought it had become like utter garbage. Good riddance. The world needs less looter shooter slop. More actual games that are art forms. We don't need live service looter shooter slop BS. We just need all those games to go away. And then like the best 2 or 3 maybe they can stick around, but for the most part all those games need to die. Is this shaman waiting for a res? Really? Oh, there he is. That was gonna make me angry. I'm happy that he made the run with us. Doesn't he have Ankh, though? Can't he res himself? Maybe he doesn't have that at this level. Maybe you don't get that till later. Kind of thought Shaman had a way to resurrect. They'll most likely make Destiny 3. If they make a Destiny 3, they're going to end up in the same place that Concord ended up. They're going to end up in the same place that Sony ended up. They're going to spend $100 million to make a game that nobody wants. And that nobody's going to play because it probably won't be any good when it comes out. So sure, they can do that. Like, they can just keep making the same garbage nobody needs. Or they could give it a rest. It's their money. Well, I like healing more because I don't have to think about anything and I don't have to worry about anything. I don't have to worry about my numbers. I don't get competitive. I don't feel any competition with anybody. Healing is easy. Healing is by far the easiest thing you can do in this game. Cause you're it. You know, no one's worried about your DPS. You don't have to plan the pulls. You don't have to know the routes. You don't have to know the skips. You don't have to hold the threat. All you have to do is make the bars go from left to right, and that's like the easiest thing in the world to do. In Classic, at least. I don't know. It's a different story in retail, obviously. I'm speaking logic, but Bungie doesn't see to use that. Yeah, they don't seem to use logic. I don't know. I want them to waste their money making games that nobody plays, so eventually as a company they just go away. That's the best thing that can happen to developers like that. Is that they blow all their money making crap games that nobody wants, so nobody buys them and nobody plays them, and then the companies go under. And that makes way for like real game developers making games that are actually forms of art. That are actually like good games that people want to play. It opens up the market for them. We do have an alarm bot kind of trailing us here. The alarm bot has... He's aggroed. I can't do anything about the alarm bot. Like at all. I can't do anything. I can't target him. I can't. He's like just attached to this guy. I don't know if maybe the alarm bot isn't bugged out. Like, what's he doing? What's going on with this? Oh wait. Well, finally somebody got him. Okay. Okay, we might be good. There we go. Okay, so that's one quest done. Are there any AAA companies that do art? No. That's what I'm saying. There really aren't anymore. No, it's not only that, but they don't really even make games that have a soul. And so I just want to see all those companies go under. So I want them to keep making the same games they've been making. And then I want to watch them all fail one by one. Because no, they don't make games that are art forms. And I don't think they have the skill or knowledge of how to. What they're setting out with the sole intention of making money. It's like, what can we do to make money? Okay, well we can make this kind of game. Okay, well how do we make this kind of game make money? Well, we put these kinds of mechanics in it. You know, we do the game, we do the whole the game pass, and we sell some cosmetic shit, and we just make a ton of money. And yeah, whenever you approach things from that standpoint, it's going to fail eventually, even if it succeeds for a while. And people will wise up. And they'll realize that you're just creating a mechanism to get money from them. But when you haven't created a game, or you haven't created a good game, and you definitely haven't created an art form, and people get sick of that after a while. What do we got here? Oh, this is a very specific item. Plus 15 frost resist and allows for underwater breathing. I saw a need go off on this. I'm needing this. Nobody needs this. And so I saw a need go off, so we're needing it as well. The shaman rolled need on it. Nobody needs this, to be clear. It's not a need for anybody. It's a nice to have. It's a really cool tool to have, because you can, if you're a caster, you can put it on when you go into the water, and all's good. Free underwater breathing for life. That's all it is. It's an underwater breathing stick. Sadly, he won it. We rolled a 50, he rolled a 52. It was close. Oh yeah, for sure I would have. And I could have used it pretty well. Like, you know, being a priest, I could pop that on anytime I want and I wouldn't really notice a difference. But the shaman took it, and that works well for him too. I'm assuming he does elemental when he's out in the world, but no, maybe, I mean, if he's enhancement, then it's useless, because you don't want to equip that and then try to fight, you know? I don't know, doesn't matter. He got the item, he'll probably never use it. What are you gonna do? The shaman gets underwater breathing spell, so you definitely need it more than him. Thanks for that ammunition. I appreciate that. Anytime I can get snarky with these people, I appreciate the ammo. Oh, I think we must have got a, we must have got an alert bot in there or something, I don't know. It was a big pull. We almost got killed. For some reason, when we get aggro, it's just hard for us to drop aggro. I've been trying to hit Fade anytime we pull any kind of aggro, but it doesn't always work very fast. We nearly died. Would have been sad. And I don't know when the last time is that I repaired. So if we die 1 or 2 more times, that could be it for us. Could be seeing some gear breakage. Well, to be fair, I'm never the only one on the aggro table. I should never be the only one on the aggro table. But yeah, it's not like I'm not popping invisibility. It does just lower threat, but if I lower threat, I mean, it should roll off to somebody else. Ideally, even if I somehow pass the tank, ideally they will be really close behind. It doesn't always seem to happen that way, though. It's probably ranged enemies or something that I'm having a problem dropping. Somehow there's an enemy behind me. The tank is oblivious to the fact that I have threat, perhaps? I don't know. Hey, buddy. We got a mob. We got a mob right here, buddy. There you go. Thanks. I appreciate that. Mr. Santa, have a good rest of your day. We'll see you next time. Take care. I mean, I only have so much mana. I didn't expect him to pull the entire room. What can I do? I can give him a lesser heal. We can pop this mana pot. Oh, he's dead. No bother. Oh, nice. I don't know. I don't know if I have a second spirit run left in me for Gnomeregan. Especially because this is the second time where, like, seemingly we have intentionally overpulled. And it's like the seemingly intentional overpulling. I mean, if it's not intentional, it's just like harmfully negligent. So I don't really know what's going on. It feels like the tank is just pulling a ton. Unless this came from below. Like, I'm trying to figure out where all this shit came from. I feel like he's just pulling too many sometimes, right? Like, that's what it felt like. It felt like he just kind of like pulled two groups. It was too much. I don't really want to do another spirit run. But I mean, I have to get my body back regardless, so it's like, okay. Great. Perfect. The tank sucks, kick 'em. We waited a half hour for this tank. They can't suck. They seem like they get a little carried away. And maybe they don't have a good sense of like how much punishment they can take. I had to start spamming him with flash heal at the end there because he was taking so much damage, but flash heal's expensive. 155 mana. Like, bam bam bam, okay, now we're The waiting was less painful. That's true. That's true. The waiting wasn't breaking our gear and wasting a bunch of my time. Well, it was wasting a little bit of my time, I guess. But not this much. Now the warrior's asking for a res. He doesn't even want to run back. What level do shaman get their Ankh? It must be like level 30 or 40 that they can Ankh. That's a bummer. If our Shami could Ankh up and res us, that would make this a lot less painful, you know? It's kind of a long run through the instance to get back to where we were. We might start seeing respawns at the entrance. We've been in here for a little while. I wouldn't rule out respawns at this point. I make him run back. Why? So we can wait longer to continue? He's kind of got us in a double bind. We don't really have a lot of choice, you know. You run back. Just refuse to resin. And see how long that group holds together, right? It won't last long, I can tell you that. This might be... I have one more wipe in me. I think we're near the end boss, are we not? I feel like we should just go fight the end boss and, like, cut our losses. Because this place is giving us a heck of a time. We have respawns. Oh, everything's respawn. I don't think we're continuing with this. I don't know. We can't fight through the respawns without a tank. And the tank didn't run to the instance, so. You've tabbed back in twice and I've been a ghost both times. We've had 2 wipes that were completely avoidable. Just seems like the tank is at times pulling too much or doesn't really know how aggro works. We're not going to get through all the respawns without a tank. That's plain and simple. Like, we're just not. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to fight through all the respawns without the tank. That's ludicrous. Unless there's a way to avoid the respawns, I don't know. Maybe everything hasn't respawned, maybe only like a little bit has. I really don't want to fight every single mob again. Just to get back to where we were, just so we can res the tank, just so we can hope that he doesn't keep getting us killed. I'm done. Yeah, that's it for me then. Oh, son of a bitch. Of course we're getting hit by something. What am I getting hit by? This guy's nasty aura. I'm done. We gave it a try. At least we left him at the beginning of the instance. Not deep in the dungeon. Yeah, like we needed the tank to get through, and he just like immediately after causing a wipe, he just was out. He's like, "Oh yeah, I'll just go ahead and res me." No thanks. I'll pass. If it's you know, if it's automated LFG, we wait a bit, we kick him, and we find a new tank. Easy peasy. Oh, we didn't set the Hearthstone. I wanted to set my Hearthstone out in the wetlands. Son of a biscuit. I just didn't do it. We gotta jump on a flight. It's okay, I have to bio anyway. Unfortunately, he was one of only 5 tanks that play the game. So that's the really sad part, is like we burned our bridge with this guy because we couldn't facilitate his laziness. But the problem is he's one of only 5 tanks that even log in. So like now what do we do? Now we have 4 tanks on the server that we can play with. Anyway, I'm gonna AFK for a second. I'll be back. we're back. Maybe tanking is just conceptually hard for people. Like, maybe people just don't get it. Maybe that's all that it is. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, maybe people just don't get it. They don't understand it. They don't know how to do it well. They can't figure it out. Like, and maybe that's why they don't do it. And maybe that's why when they do it, a lot of them aren't good at it. Is because maybe they just conceptually don't understand the things that they need to do. I'm not sure. Let's just jump into another run. No. I don't think so. I don't know. I think that was it. That was probably our only shot at Gnomeregan. Yeah, yeah, I don't think so. We tried, you know. Look, you could say another group would probably be better, but I don't know if I want to turn around and give it another shot. I'll probably end up with the same tank. Yeah, there's nothing in Graveyard, though. Graveyard is so boring. There's no kill experience, there's no quest. There's no loot. There's like one boss. It's like so boring. It's pointless to do unless you're gonna turn around and do library. His problem was he kept charging in. Yeah, I didn't see him pull back a single time. That's a huge problem. I don't like Graveyard. To me, Graveyard's pointless. Don't forget to set the stone? Oh, too late. Oh, I already totally forgot. It's okay, it's on a 51-minute cooldown anyhow. Maybe by the time I need it again, or can use it again, I'll have remembered to set it where I want it. Alright, so in here we're looking for a few different tablets or fragments, and then we're going after the raptors. Did they change the loot and graveyard so there's some guaranteed drops? Because in vanilla there was no guaranteed drops. You could get a rare spawn, and then sometimes the rare spawn would have items. But maybe they changed it in TBC, I don't know. Yeah, I mean... So there are some rare spawns still. This guy drops a dagger. And a fist weapon. The last guy does drop some shoulders. I don't think I need those, though. Level 30 well... No, I want to keep what I have. This has crits, but I want to keep my +9 to healing and damage. They look cool. The offhand item is okay if you can get a good one-hander for it. Nothing that we really need, though. The wand would be an upgrade, but what are the odds that we see the rare spawn and that he drops the wand, you know? It's like 1 in 100 chance that we see the guy we want and that he drops the item we want when he's a rare spawn. It would be really epic if it happened, but, you know, I highly doubt it. The priest is very enjoyable. As long as you don't need a lot of RNG. You know, like, the fights are going to feel very similar to each other. Every fight is going to kind of feel similar, but you're going to have a lot of momentum. And you're going to be able to move seamlessly from one fight to the next, but there's not going to be a lot of variety in how long it takes you to do each fight. Like the way on, like, a warrior or a paladin, sometimes you can get a string of crits. That can make for a really short fight. Sometimes you don't get a crit, that makes for a long fight, so there's a lot of variance. There's no variance really on the priest. You're going to settle into whatever rotation is good, or whatever feels good to you, and then each fight's going to take about as long as the next. Oh, I like the rogue in vanilla for that reason. And then as soon as TBC changes came in, the rogue felt like garbage. We were in Ungoro Crater. Everything was fine with the world. One day we were having fun, killing stuff, going from one mob to the next. And then the pre-patch came out, and then the next day we were having trouble with green mobs. And like every time I fought a green mob, I had to stop and heal up. And suddenly my rogue, who used to be a powerhouse, just felt very weak and pathetic. TBC basically killed the rogue for me. And we were at a high level too, like we were level 52. I don't stop playing a level 52 character for no good reason. Typically it just means like typically it just means I'm just not having a good time. Like something's happened and I'm not having a good time. Vanilla Rogue was awesome.
Talk to me. Watch your back. Be good. Are enhancement shamans like fury warriors? I mean, sort of. They're like magical fury warriors with totems. It's similar in the sense that they're probably going to dual wield after a certain point. I think you can start off your enhancement journey as a enhancement shaman with a two-handed weapon. But I think eventually you want to dual wield. I don't know. I know you can't dual wield until later. But that's similar on the Fury Warrior too. Like Fury doesn't open up dual wielding right away. You have to get a little bit into the tree. Risen, thank you for the super. I appreciate that. A shadow priest similar to warlock without the pet. I mean, in the sense that you have a dot and you have a wand, you could say that it's similar in a way. Well, the fights are going to be pretty like smooth and consistent. There's not going to be a lot of RNG in the fights. But I would, you know, they're very different classes, obviously. But the flow of the combats might feel similar. You're going to kill stuff faster on a warlock. I would hazard a guess.
Interest you on a pint? Off with you.
Great to meet you. Be good.
Is that tin or iron? Don't know. Didn't see it. Could have been either one.
What can I do for you? Safe travels. See you soon. Be good.
All right, everybody, I am out of time for today, so I gotta park it here at the inn. Next time, I think we're gonna finish up here in the wetlands. I want to do all the stuff up here in Dunmodir. I want to go up here and do the stuff with the pirate boats, and we'll come down and do the catapults. And then we'll basically be done here. I'm hoping that'll get us to level 32, or at least close to level 32. And then we have to decide if we're going to do Shimmering Flats, or if we're just going to go right into Stranglethorn Vale. I'm kind of fine with either. It's tough to skip Shimmering Flats. It's a lot of good questing out there, but it's a little bit of travel time. So we will figure all that stuff out tomorrow. I would love to see you guys then. Until then, take care of yourselves out in the real world, and take care of each other, and we will see you back in Azeroth very soon. Bye for now.